You may be seated. This hearing will come to order. Before the commission today is docket number 25055P, which is styled in the matter of Energy Arkansas LLC's application for approval to enter into a special rate customer contract and for all other related approvals. This hearing was scheduled by order number 2, issued in this docket on September the 16th, 2025. Please silence all cell phones and other electronic devices, including your computers. For those in the hearing room, if you must make or receive telephone calls during the hearing, we ask that you please step into the hallway to do so. Also, for those in the hearing room, you may access the Commission's public Wi-Fi system during the hearing by just connecting to the internet. Even I could do that. Because the pre-filed testimonies and exhibits are considered part of the record, and the court reporter will not be inserting pre-filed testimony and exhibits into the transcript, the attorney should authenticate the testimony and exhibits filed by their witnesses by stating the name of the testimony and the exhibit and the date it was filed when your first witness is called. Also, please note that the Commission's long-standing hearing rule will be in effect during the hearing, meaning that once cross-examination of a witness has been completed and the witness has been tendered for questioning by the Commission, further redirect or cross-examination of the witness by the counsel will not be permitted.
We'll make our usual standing objection to the rule.
And we will note it and deny it as usual. Thank you. Are there any other procedural matters we need to take up? Seeing none. Further, the parties are reminded that this case includes protected information, including highly sensitive protected information. Members of the public are advised that the hearing room may need from time to time to be cleared, with the exception of persons who have signed the proper affidavits of non-disclosure. Parties are advised to inform the Commission if and when a party intends to reference confidential information, in which case the Commission can determine whether to go in camera or not. It would be appreciated if we can group that information together, because we hate to move the public out and in and out and in, but we respect the highly sensitive information. For the record, will the attorneys state their appearances and names of those persons they intend to call? Yes, please go to the lectern.
Good morning. I have myself, Kimberly Bennett, on behalf of the company, Mr. Cesar Caballero, and Micah Goodwin. And our witnesses here today include David Hunt, Patrick Stack, Crystal Elba, Kristen Dalrymple, and David Palmer.
Thank you. Ms. Chandler?
Dorley Chandler, and I have with me Michael Lewis from the Attorney General's office, and we do not have any witnesses today to present.
Thank you for being here. Mr. Layson.
Good morning, Chairman. Clayton Layson for staff. I have Wesley Manis and Miles Parks as co-counsel, and Regina Butler is our witness.
Thank you. Will all the witnesses please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated. Opening statements shall be limited to a maximum of 10 minutes for each party. If you are a party who filed jointly, you will have a total of 10 minutes split between the joint filers. Before we move to opening statements, are there any motions or other procedural matters that need to be addressed at this time? Hearing none, Mr. Caballero, are you going to do the opening statement?
Ms. Bennett.
Thank you. You may proceed, Ms. Bennett.
Good morning, Chairman Webb, Commissioner Anderson, and Commissioner Tate. Entergy Arkansas has presented some notable issues before this commission, but this case is certainly among the most exciting for the company and arguably for the state. As Governor Sanders described, Google's multi-billion-dollar investment in West Memphis is one of the largest investments ever in our state and an incredible testament to the work her administration has done to build Arkansas's energy capacity, invest in our workforce, and streamline the regulatory processes. Indeed, this special rate contract reflects the culmination of exhaustive negotiations that spanned more than a year. During the many long hours and weekends and nights it took to do this, there were moments our team wasn't sure that we'd reach a result that could attract Google to Arkansas and still provide protections needed to ensure that EAL could continue serving all other customers reliably and affordably. And I cannot underscore enough the diligence involved in trying to strike that balance of those interests. Through the hard work of teams on both sides of the table, we were able to reach a set of interdependent puts and takes, all of which are integral to striking what we submit as a reasonable balance that provides substantial benefits to all of our customers. The work to keep attracting this type of growth and expansion, however, is not confined to this project, but no doubt this case is a litmus test for those other opportunities. A successful result here sends the right message that Arkansas is open for business and that its utilities can deliver the power and resources needed to achieve the results. While the opportunities are not limited to tech companies and data centers, this customer already has its eye on other investments in Arkansas and is looking for the outcome in this case to signal support for those other opportunities. Let's talk for a minute about this customer. Google is investing billions of dollars to develop its project in West Memphis. Google announced plans to fund a $25 million Energy Impact Fund to accelerate energy affordability in Crittenden County. Property taxes from Google's project will contribute $120 million to the school system. These investments are life-changing for generations to come for the communities in eastern Arkansas. As Mayor McClendon observed, this project is more than jobs, buildings, and technology. It's about opportunity, investment, and education. Further growth opportunities can replicate this kind of economic impact across other Arkansas communities as well. Google has also committed to a level of rates that financially support the construction and operation of Arkansas Cypress Solar, which brings with it employment of between 700 and 800 construction workers, $46 million in sales and use tax contributions, and almost $10 million in property taxes. Adding a customer like Google also benefits all customers by spreading the cost of new capital investments across a wider customer base. And delivering on this type of growth and expansion definitely requires capital investment, not only to secure the opportunities for the state, but also to ensure that EAL can continue responsibly meeting our customers' energy and capacity needs. The Commission is already seeing foundations of that investment through our recent Ironwood, JPS, and Cypress Solar resources, all of which are needed to serve EAL's existing customers and future growth customers currently known to the company. As the Commission is aware, we're also evaluating converting the White Bluff units to burn natural gas. And all of these resources combined will support the significant economic development opportunities before us. But we don't expect the investment to stop there. Very simply, EAL cannot seize the opportunities for the state without the Commission's support and without delivering the power which the General Assembly recognized in Act 373 earlier this year. As the Commission considers these expanding investment needs, it's significant that Google committed to paying a level of rates to be served by EAL's existing and future portfolio of resources, which includes Ironwood and JPS, in addition to Google's commitments regarding Cypress Solar. Google is paying for all incremental transmission upgrades necessary to serve its West Memphis project, has agreed to make hundreds of millions of dollars in accelerated payments, and has committed to pay rates at a level to develop Cypress Solar, which in turn means a reduced cost of service for all other customers. The accelerated payments and corresponding accounting treatment are essential to providing cash flows to protect EAL's financial health while constructing the facility. With respect to Cypress, the contract includes meaningful cost true-up provisions that mitigate risk to other customers. Additionally, the estimated cost of Cypress assumed the availability of federal tax credits. So the contract provides steps to be taken to qualify Cypress for those credits, and otherwise for Google to assume most of the risk related to the loss of tax credits if the facility is ineligible. But these aren't the only protections under the contract. They include other terms like a sizable billing deposit and a very meaningful termination fee that is set at a level to cover Google's financial commitments under the contract. The parties intended these protections to support a finding by the Commission that the contract is reasonable and in the public interest. In developing the contract, EAL looked to incorporate Commission principles for various terms like billing deposits, assessment of late fees, meter testing. Most notably, we followed Commission instruction regarding the need to present a positive ratepayer impact measure test. EAL presented a RIM test under various sensitivities, and when you also include the sensitivities that the Commission requested, the results range from 1.01 to 1.30, which demonstrates that the contract is positive from a rate impact standpoint and is expected to provide significant benefits to all EAL customers. We also want to thank General Staff for its review and support of the contract and RIM analysis. As with prior economic development projects, contract terms play a crucial role in a prospective customer's decision to select Arkansas. Dave Stickler has publicly validated that for the steel industry, which has changed the face of Northeast Arkansas. And the same holds true for Google, whose expansion interest in Arkansas under future contracts will be informed by this proceeding. We respectfully submit that the contract provides protections for all customers and thus is not vulnerable to concerns voiced elsewhere about data centers driving up costs. The terms include rates Google deemed reasonable, but while protecting EAL's financial condition and while producing positive results under the Commission's RIM test. Further, EAL is making the needed capital investment to serve Google and all of our customers instead of relying on a constrained market. On balance, the contract enables the company to make the incremental investment needed to serve Google while also accessing the credit markets on reasonable terms to protect all customers from rate volatility. These considerations are critical in today's capital-intensive market, and with fierce competition nationwide for this caliber of prospects, a positive outcome here confirms to Google and other prospective customers that Arkansas embraces this growth. As Governor Sanders summed it up, here in the natural state, we are providing great businesses like Google with an environment where they can innovate, expand, and invest in the hardworking people who are the backbone of our state's economy. Google's project is unprecedented for the state, and we are proud to have played a role in helping Google to select Arkansas. We are excited to present this significant opportunity to the Commission, and our witnesses are looking forward to answering any of your questions today.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Ms. Bennett has opened for Entergy. Mr. Layson.
Good morning, Chairman Webb, Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Tate. Before the Commission today is the special rate contract between Entergy Arkansas and Google, which, if approved by this Commission, establishes the terms upon which Entergy will provide power to Google's recently announced data center that is expected to bring significant benefits to the state of Arkansas. Staff supports that this project is in line with the Arkansas Legislature's findings related to economic development projects as described when it passed the Generating Arkansas Jobs Act of 2025. Based on staff's evaluation of the special rate contract and the results of the ratepayer impact tests, or RIM tests, conducted by Entergy, staff supports that the special rate contract is in the public interest and should be approved by this Commission. Staff witness Regina Butler concluded in her direct testimony that the contract meets the requirements set forth in the Commission's promotional practice rules. Ms. Butler also points to the significant protections contained in the contract that have been designed for the protection of Entergy's other customers. In Order number 6, this Commission propounded a number of important questions to the parties. As was discussed in the supplemental testimony filed by both parties, staff and Entergy Arkansas align with regard to the characterization of certain payments and as it relates to compliance with Arkansas Code Section 23-41304-X2. As indicated in Ms. Butler's supplemental testimony, staff believes that the Commission has raised an important consideration related to the certainty of customers seeing the benefits of deferred payments in light of the statutory cap on annual FRP rate increases. Despite the possible need to modify Entergy's requested mechanism for flowing these payments through to the benefit of customers, this does not impact staff's conclusion that the special rate contract is in the public interest and should be approved by this Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Layson. Staff is closed for, or has given their opening. They haven't closed yet, hopefully. Now's the time for the public to give their input. I'm going to call on those members of the public who have signed the sign-in sheet to make public comments. If you would, please state your name and address and try to limit your comments to 3 to 5 minutes. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people who have signed up. So let's start with Leela Chisholm. Leela Chisholm. If you would come to the lectern, state your name and address, and speak close to the mic so that we can pick up your statement.
All right. My name is Leela Chisholm. I live at 13116 Carousel Court in Alexander. I'm an energy customer who's just trying to keep up with the rising costs of living in Arkansas. Every time rates go up, families like mine feel it immediately. We're already stretched thin. Groceries cost more, housing costs more, and now we're being asked to pay even more just to keep the lights on. It's getting harder and harder for working people to stay afloat. What concerns me the most about this proposed increase is the idea that regular Arkansans may end up paying for large corporate projects, especially massive data centers. Ooh, hold on a minute.
Just slow down.
I'm a little nervous, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Owned by billion and trillion dollar tech companies. These corporations have the resources to cover their own energy demands. They shouldn't be shifting costs onto everyday people who are already carrying so much. What I'm asking is the Commission to make sure that none of this rate increase lands on the back of everyday Arkansans just to support projects that primarily benefit private companies. We deserve utility bills that reflect our own energy use and not the energy use of multi-billion-dollar tech companies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chisholm, for coming in. Jana Jackson. Please state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Jana Jackson. I live on 7733 South Shoreline Boulevard in Benton, Arkansas. I just want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss the construction of new data centers. I believe that AI has much bigger costs than developers and corporations let on. They've made it to where we'll have to foot the electricity bill, and I've also had family in Tennessee that have talked about how because of these centers, they've seen their bills increase by more than $100. Not to mention these neighborhoods that the data centers are located in are predominantly low income and or black and brown, and there are huge drainage on resources. They are maintained or they're prevented from overheating by accessing the fresh water supply. In 2023, metadata centers used an estimated 1.4 billion gallons from local water sources, and I believe Google used 6 billion in 2023. Also, the extraction process that they use for the water makes it unusable, and with the rapid expansion of AI, many analysts predict that we'll be facing water scarcity by 2030. It will also increase pollution. Generators have been known to release 200 to 600 more nitrous oxides than natural gas, which contributes to poor air quality and respiratory infections. And I believe that at its current stage in development, AI, the benefits of it don't outweigh the cost and will cause a greater strain on Arkansans' population. So I just urge you to consider the population in this decision.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Krishna Ellington. I hope I said your name correctly. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Krishna Ellington, and I am at 2901 Holt Street in Little Rock. I'm here as a Arkansan and as a ratepayer who is concerned about the impact that large, high electricity use data centers may cause on our utility rates and our bills. These data centers require massive amounts of constant power, often hundreds of megawatts. Meeting this new demand can force utilities to build a new generation, expand transmission lines, and upgrade infrastructure. These projects are extremely expensive, and unless the commission puts clear protections in place, those costs can end up being pushed into the households and small businesses that are already struggling with rising utility bills. Economic development is important and it matters, but so does fairness. If a single facility's electricity use equals that of tens of thousands of Arkansas homes, then that facility, not existing ratepayers, should pay the cost it creates. Without strong oversight, we are risking socializing billions in new infrastructure costs while receiving very few permanent jobs or direct benefits in return. I respectfully urge the Commission to require utilities to, 1, fully separate data center-driven cost from general system needs. 2, directly align those costs to the customers who caused them. And 3, demonstrate clear, measurable benefits to existing Arkansans before adding major new load. Arkansas should welcome growth, but not at the cost and not at the way that burdens families with higher bills or compromise grid reliability. I ask the Commission to protect ratepayers by ensuring that data centers pay their fair share of the infrastructure required to serve them. Thank you for your consideration and for your work on behalf of the people of Arkansas.
Thank you, Ms. Ellington. The next name, I believe, is it Cyrus Bali? Help me with your first name.
My name is Osiris Bali,
Thank you. And your address?
2101 Main Street, Little Rock, Arkansas.
Thank you.
I'm here in strong opposition to Energy's Arkansas's proposed rate increase and their push to extend the formula rate plan to accommodate massive AI data centers expansions and costs that expect residential customers like me to carry. First, I need to speak on this whole process. The cancellation on November the 7th of the evidentiary hearings hurts working people who rearranged their lives to attend. It's not just inconvenient, it's disrespectful. It signals a system that bends over backwards for corporate timelines while everyday Arkansans struggle just to be heard. Your mandate is to protect public interests, not to stamp filings that shift corporate costs onto the households of Arkansas's people. Make no mistake, this rate hike is about data centers and not families. These facilities consume electricity at the scale of entire towns. Yet Energy wants us to pay nearly $40 million in the increase and shift that to residential class. Another 4% this year. Actually, it's 4.4%, which is not regulated. That's over what was approved last year. If this company needs new infrastructure to serve giant corporate loads, then those corporations should pay for it, not the people trying to keep the lights on. It's also a huge environmental burden. Data centers pull enormous amounts of water for cooling and rely on large diesel backup generators that worsen our air pollution. Parts of Arkansas are already dealing with water stress and environmental strain. Why should our communities face deteriorating air and water quality so that a wealthy company can burn through unlimited power? One of the reasons people stay in Arkansas is our access to nature, fresh air, clean water, places to fish, hike, camp, and ride. Don't sacrifice that for corporate profit. We're told that data centers bring jobs and growth stability, but the numbers never match the hype. Most data centers employ a few dozen people after the construction is done. Yet it requires massive ratepayer-funded energy and infrastructure. That is not economic development. It's a subsidy for some of the richest companies in the world. Arkansas households are already stretched thin by the rise in utility bills, late fees, and the repeated FRP filings. In fact, Energy's own 2023 filings showed a cumulative residential increase of over 30% in the same docket. This is becoming an annual expectation. I spoke about this last year when Summit came up here to do the same thing with their increase. It's an upward spiral working families cannot afford. So I'm calling on the commission to do the job to protect the people of Arkansas. Deny or at minimum drastically reduce this rate increase. Make Google pay what we pay, because we don't get a special rate plan, we don't get discounts. Require full cost responsibility for the corporations driving new load. Do not allow Energy to shift the financial burden of data center growth onto the backs of ordinary Arkansans. Our legislature passed a bill this year that said that companies could charge us for projects that were done in good faith. But the main sponsor of the bill was funded through donations from a utility backpack. We deserve transparency. We deserve accessible hearings. We deserve a commission that listens to the people, not just the corporate lawyers. Our homes and our health and our future should not be sacrificed for the profits of margin of private companies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bali. Gray Moore or Moon? Hard to read writing. Is your nickname Ziggy? Or is that Ziggy with you? Okay.
Yeah, my name is Greg Moore. This is Ziggy. I live at 4112 C Street, Little Rock, Arkansas. And I'm here to echo some of the statements that have come before me. There's a lot of talk here about like economic development. It's like a bunch of words, but it's like we're talking about a data center that creates AI. Like there's talk about like job programs, but we know that AI is not going to create more jobs. AI in general is going to remove. I know as my work as a graphic designer, I know that AI is used for very low entry level types of tasks that make it harder for people to find jobs coming out of college. Just in general, AI is not a job creator. The idea that Arkansans are going to pay more for their energy bills to build this, these data centers, I mean, it's not like, this is not the first data center that's been built. There's been like others around the country, and there's like studies and results that people can see. People are saying that there's not going to be a rate increase, but we can see that other data centers have resulted in a rate increase. The use of water and environmental concerns are real. So I mean, I'm seeing like, as I sit in here and I'm seeing like representatives from Google, representatives from the energy company, but I'm not seeing representatives of the people who are going to have to pay for all this. And the benefits are not apparent for a data center. So I'm asking that somebody looks out for the people and for transparency about, real transparency about environmental costs and rate increases. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Bendusha Sangria. If I got that right, I deserve a star.
My name is Bindusha Sagi Raju.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I live at 20 Town Park Court, Little Rock,
I
Arkansas.
thought sangria was a better.
I am here to echo and actually kind of follow some of the stuff that Mr. Moore brought up. I have specific data points about how price increases have affected in states that have implemented these
Get
data
closer
centers.
to the mic, please.
I'm sorry.
That's right.
So areas near data centers, wholesale electricity cost has increased over 267% approximately in the last couple of years. And then the states that have large data centers that have been built recently, specifically Northern Virginia, which is where they have the largest data centers currently, prices surged 13% specifically for electricity costs. I also think we're not taking into account the cost of the water that's going to be taken from our public utilities and used for these cooling centers. And then additionally, 20% of that water, oh, by the way, it's 5 million gallons daily that are used by data centers. And 80% of that will be lost to evaporation. So potable, drinkable water that we could be consuming is going to be going into the atmosphere essentially, but the 20% that is left over will be sent back to wastewater facilities, and then we as taxpayers will bear the burden of the cost of reprocessing all that water as well. I also want to state I am an ER nurse. I work in healthcare, and so I'm very aware of how the environmental impacts of these data centers will affect the health of everyday Arkansans, the air pollution, the water pollution, that a lot of my previous speakers have mentioned is something that's very concerning, and considering that with the Medicare and Medicaid cuts recently, people are not going to have the funds to deal with the secondary effects of these concerns. Thank you.
Thank you for coming today. Norma Huffman.
My name is Norma Huffman. I live at 4804 Terra Vista Circle, apartment 1402 here in Little Rock. I wanted to come here, and I'm not prepared like everybody else before me. I was actually asked as soon as I walked in the door, which is fine. I'm a single mother. I am permanently disabled. The increase that is going to affect me is actually already affecting me now. I live in a 2-bedroom apartment. I have to rely on government assistance to help pay the rent. I'm on disability. Next month, I'm still trying to figure this one out. 2-bedroom apartment, my light bill is $170. Somebody make that make sense to me. $900 doesn't go anywhere. And that's all I get a month. If I don't have electricity, I'm violating my contract with the complex, and me and my son are going to end up on the street. Can any of you guys understand how important this is to not raise any rates for the lights? I mean, honestly, I do public speaking all the time with the organization that I'm with. But I'm not the only one that is on a fixed income. I'm not the only one trying to figure out how I'm going to pay my bills and make sure there's food for my son and me. This charging us as the client with your company, knowing that we don't have the funds to pay these increases for an inanimate object that is There's no guarantee that there's going to be jobs for that. Computers are inanimate objects. The folks that actually breathe, the people that rely on the electricity to survive. I have to have a CPAP to breathe at night. That requires electricity. I have to have a refrigerator, a freezer to make sure me and my son have food. The water heater relies on electricity. The air conditioner relies on electricity. There's no sense to charge us, in my eyes, non-existent people that major corporations don't see. We don't have the money for expensive lawyers. I don't have the money right now even to go down the street. I have nothing. I don't even have a penny in my bank account, and it's just the 17th of the month. My money disappeared on the 5th to pay a bill for y'all, to y'all. I have no money, and it's the middle of the month. My light bill goes up even more. My son and I are going to be on the streets. It's not a wise decision, guys. It's really not.
Thank you, Ms. Huffman. Gloria Smith.
My name Gloria Smith. I live at 1712 Tulane Avenue in Little Rock, Arkansas. And I oppose this tax because I don't see how I can continue to live the way I am. If anything go up anymore, because my insurance on my house and everything is going up, and I just can't afford it. And I don't know where we're going with this. I guess be a lot of homeless senior citizens. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Justice Woods, or
Good morning, everyone.
good morning.
My name is Justice Woods. I live at 16 Broadmoor Drive, 72204. I'm just a little nervous, but I get it. All right, so I thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. A little backstory about myself. I've been in IT for 8 years, and I'll be starting my electrician apprenticeship next year. So I want to express some serious concerns about the proposed data center project. My position, of course, is not anti-technology, as you know, with my history, but I am pro-transparency, and I think we need to be pro-health and pro-community. So across Arkansas and the rest of the country and communities just like ours are raising very serious concerns. And many city boards across the nation have either paused or rejected projects. So first, we need just a little bit more transparency. So in Little Rock, we've already seen proposals come forward, and of course now we know it's funded by Google. So when a $1 billion project involves heavy industrial zoning, significant water use, and long-term environmental impacts, the public deserves full disclosure. Second, we need to we need a little bit of clarity on the water usage and the environmental impacts. So data centers can consume massive amounts of water. Central Arkansas, if I'm not mistaken, has already discussed extending infrastructure to serve this project, and that raises a little bit questions for me. For one, how much water will this facility use daily? For two, what strain will this put on our water system, especially during drought times of the year? And also, what chemicals will be used in the cooling, and how will wastewater be handled? So other towns in Arkansas, to my knowledge, Cave City has already pushed back on a data center, and they have some of the same exact issues that I had stated. And third, we must consider the health and the quality of life that this impacts. So with my experience in IT and electronics, I know current technology will not hold up forever, and the hardware and software will always need to be updated, and this results This will result in the cost of everything going up and also the strain on our power grid in our community. So residents here in Little Rock, like some people have spoken today, they have raised concerns about noise levels, the quality from backup generators, potential EMF exposure in around-the-clock industrial traffic. These are not minor issues, and we've always had good air quality in Arkansas. That's what makes Arkansas so special. So I know there are communities in Arizona, Missouri, and Virginia that have either slowed or stopped projects because of long-term noise pollution and power grid strain, and we deserve the same level of protection and caution. And fourth, with the amount of money that these companies are putting into this and the amount of risk that is going into the community, is it even worth it? A facility that is nearly $1 billion that only produces X amount of jobs, and some of those jobs won't last once the infrastructure is complete. And it's going to put a burden on our utilities and our environment and offer limited employment or community benefits in return. If the community takes the risk, the community should clearly know the benefits. And right now, that just doesn't add up. All right, and finally, can we just be more responsible as humans? If Google Energy is willing to start a project so huge and invest so much money, then they clearly have the resources to not only take their bill head on, but just to handle our energy consumption and think of ways to lower our risk and our health. So I asked the board to prioritize public health and environmental safety and long-term community stability. I won't say do or don't approve this, just we can just do a better job on protecting ourselves. And I'm pretty sure everyone here uses clean water. And the amount of clean water that these data centers consume could be detrimental to our future. And everyone here has kids, grandkids, and we definitely need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. That ends the sign-up sheet. Is there anyone else here from the public that wishes to speak? Seeing no one, we will move on. This will be for the presentation of testimony. Energy will go first. Mr. Caballero, would you call your first witness?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Energy Arkansas calls David Hunt.
David Hunt. Be sure and you have to almost eat that mic, okay?
Yeah, I remember from the last hearing, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Thank you. It's not so much for us, it is for those listening online.
Mr. Hunt, would you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
My name is David Hunt. The job title is Senior Manager of Regulatory Policy with Energy Services, LLC. And my business address is 425 West Capitol here in Little Rock.
And Mr. Hunt, are you the same person who provided direct testimony and exhibits on September 9th, 2025, and supplemental testimony and exhibits on November 10th, 2025 in this proceeding?
I am.
And if I ask you those questions in these testimonies today, would they be the same?
Yes.
Thank you. I tender the witness, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Layson, do you have any questions?
Mr. Chairman, nothing from General Staff.
No questions? Ms. Anderson, you have some questions?
Good morning, Mr. Hunt.
Good morning.
I am going to dive right in here. I'm going to start out with this question. For what purpose did Google make the contribution, if not to aid in the construction of Cypress Solar, the facility the EAL is developing specifically for Google?
And so what you're asking is, I believe in their contract, there is a portion of their revenues that were dedicated to helping, accelerate and make sure that we did build Cypress Solar. I mean, that was a defined part of the contract.
Yes.
Google has its own kind of energy policy preferences and needs. So I believe it was to satisfy, what they wanted to do from a energy policy perspective.
At what point did Energy Arkansas decide that that contribution should not be used to mitigate ratepayer bills?
Well, I would kind of disagree with the characterization. Those contributions, as discussed in my testimony, we've requested a specific treatment of that. And, it's more timing of when it impacts customer bills, not, whether it does or not. And in terms of, when the company may have decided, the certain provisions, Ms. Dalrymple or Mr. Palmer were more closely associated with maybe when different provisions were decided on in the contract.
So that's a better question for Mr. Palmer.
Perhaps, if what I'm responding to isn't the specific question you're asked.
All right. Are the utility and a special rate contract customer the sole parties that get to determine what is characterized as kayak?
I mean,
Who determines that?
well, I know in the contract as it's written now, what is a kayak and what is treated as not kayak are defined within that contract, and that was negotiated between Google and Entergy Arkansas. I mean,
So the answers, those are the two parties then?
those are the two parties who were to that contract, yes.
Okay. Chairman, that's all I have for right now.
Mr. Hunt, I have a few questions that may make you uncomfortable, but you're here to answer the question, aren't you?
Absolutely, be glad to do it.
Was the characterization of this contribution in the contract done with the intent to avoid Google's contribution being treated as kayak?
I don't know if the characterization of avoid, I know in the contract that Google had some preferences. Now, the reason for those preferences, Mr. Palmer or Ms. Dalrymple can expound upon a little better than I can, being involved in the direct negotiations. But, the characterization as a kayak, has both, implications to how we account for things on the utility side, but also has implications from a customer side as well. There's different tax treatment and accounting treatment when you actually pay a kayak versus payment for electric service.
Let me see if I can clarify. Was it done with the possibility to reduce the contributions made in aid of construction, reducing the rate base? Was the methodology in the contract done to reduce the rate base? I mean, you're familiar with the contract.
Yeah, yes, I am, and I'm just trying to, answer your question. The way we have proposed it in the testimony and the way it's in the contract, those accelerated payments that we've asked for some specific treatment on, those are not a rate base reduction. They are deferred revenues to be amortized, so it's not a real rate base impact. Although once
What is the impact then?
Once the customer starts being served, those deferred revenues do lower the weighted average cost of capital that's applicable on the FRPE. So it's not a rate base offset, but it's ultimately a lowering of the weighted average cost of capital and a lowering of the revenue requirement through an amortization of those deferred revenues. So it's not a rate base offset. It impacts cost of capital and effectively operating income. It impacts those pieces, not rate base.
You said that when Google begins being served, that will be the case. What date do you assign to that date that they're being served?
I believe that date's in 2027, subject to check.
Okay.
I believe that's HSBI.
Nope.
Okay. I won't explore that any further then, okay? Move on to another question. Entergy stated in a press release dated October the 2nd, 2025, that Google will cover the full energy cost associated with powering the facility. That's in the press. What do you define as energy cost, and what are the elements of the full cost of the project, energy, capacity, or other?
I would say in development of the contract, the rates that were agreed upon, just like we have for all other customers, those rates are to cover the generation, transmission, customer service, A&G costs that are applicable to, in this case, Google. So it is a rate to recover all of those costs.
With that statement being made, and we heard several comments from the public here today, how do you think the average Arkansan interprets the statement, Google will cover the full energy cost? Do you think the average Arkansan ratepayer interprets that statement to mean the full cost? Was that intentionally misleading or just accidentally misleading?
I don't think it was misleading at all, at least as I understand the rate that's developed and the costs that are expected to be incurred to serve Google, but it would be that they are truly paying for their cost of energy. Mr. Palmer can expand on that as he has a little closer connection to the public relations announcements and things like that.
I know you can't determine what an average Arkansan determines, but it sounds to me like it was to pay for the facility, that Google would pay for the full facility. Was that the intent of Entergy to say that, or just the cost of operation of the facility?
And just to clarify, sir, when you say facility, do you mean the
generation facility?
Yes. I mean, the contract does cover certain payments to support the development of that facility. Mm-hmm. And, that is part of the pricing that's in there. But again, their rate is developed to cover the cost to serve them over the course of their contract term.
We'll come back to that with another witness. Entergy stated in the same press release that new projects like this, quote, help drive down electricity prices for everyone. Can you discuss how Entergy's treatment of Google's contribution is the most impactful way to drive down electricity prices for everyone? And how much would the bill impact to the average residential customer change if the Google contribution was determined to be a kayak? Can you answer that question?
At the last part of your question, quantifying a customer impact, I do not have that.
Who will
figure.
have that? Who will
Do
have
not. I'm not sure if anyone with Entergy, you might ask Ms. Elba
Okay.
or Mr. Palmer may have some idea on that. As to the earlier part of your question about how customers such as Google can help lower costs for all customers, there are various riders that impact our customers and just overall rates. As you have a broader customer base, including the inclusion of Google to absorb costs the company incurs, that does impact beneficially all customers. Because, say for instance, if there's a certain rider, say for energy efficiency costs, that is applicable to Google, that is, they help pay costs that are not applicable to other customers. So they share in that, which lowers it for all. So it's a mix of things that lowers that cost.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness. Mr. Tate?
Yeah, I guess this is the appropriate time to do this. I know we've been talking around a lot of the issues without getting into HSPI specific stuff, so I don't know if this is a question you can answer, Mr. Hunt, or if you need to confer with your counsel, but in our last hearing that was a resource-specific docket, the commission made a request whether there was any information related to that could be made public. I would ask the same request, or I would make the same request here, whether there's anything in the contract or any of the specifics related to the request you're making today that can be made public. Additionally, there is a resource tied to this contract, correct, that is intended to supply the customer?
There is a resource, the Cypress Solar resource, that the customer will receiving the renewable energy attributes from, and part of their contract is based upon helping support the development of that resource.
So some of the quotes I think that the chairman was pointing to are quotes the company has made in the public about the customer covering the costs of that resource. I believe the number associated with the cost of that resource is still protected. I understand that's a separate docket, but if we're talking about what the customer is going to pay and to give the public a general idea of that contribution and what that resource will cost, is that something the company is prepared to make public?
I can't make that determination. I rely upon my attorneys to.
Ms. Bennett, you're recognized.
Thank you. We can go back to the counterparty. There are extreme sensitivities. Some of that information goes back to the pricing. That relates back to, they negotiate things across the country. Some of that impairs their negotiation abilities and elsewhere. So I'm happy to go back to the company, or the customer in this case, but today I don't have authorization to agree to anything beyond what we've already pushed to have public in the document. I mean, in the docket.
So the cost of the resource is one number. Specific to this docket today, there's a variety of numbers that I think would help the public understand what we're discussing here today.
Mm-hmm.
Part of which is the size of the facility, what their contribution is, dates they will take service, ramp up periods. I mean, there's a variety of information here, and unfortunately for a docket like this, there's not a lot that's public, that the public can see, other than we are considering a request that you guys are making in addition to a customer request, and that's about all they get to see. So is there anything that the company is able or willing to make public today to give the public a better idea of what it is we're talking about?
We can't without violating the agreement with the customer. again, I'm happy to go back and the company can commit to going back and visiting with the customer to see what else they're comfortable. A large majority, if not, I'll just say a large majority of the HSPI reductions you see are driven by the customer sensitivities. So I can commit to going on behalf of the company to going back and talking to them to take a fresh look to see if there's anything else we can make public.
That's helpful, and I appreciate that. It would have been more helpful had that been done before the hearing today, because unfortunately, we're going to start getting into information, and we're going to have to ask the public to leave the hearing room, and they are no longer going to be able to participate.
We had a lot of discussions with the customer in advance of the filing. I can say that.
Okay.
Do you wish to proceed to go into in camera?
I think we're going to have to get into some of the specifics.
If you have not signed an affidavit in which you are able to stay in the room, we will ask that you leave the room. We will be going into confidential information that has not been released yet. So please exit the doors there if you've not signed an affidavit. We apologize. The court reporter will note that we went in camera.
Give it a second.
Yeah. Mr. Palmer was ready for lunch anyway.
Always.
Mr. Kennedy's going to take you to lunch.
Right. I'm just taking a great pleasure in watching y'all struggle to call me Mr. Palmer.
Well, there's adjectives involved there, okay?
Fair. Fair.
Okay, we're back on the record. Why don't you go ahead and ask questions, Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Chairman. All right, Mr. Palmer, let's circle back. We were talking about the number of direct jobs that will be supported by Cypress Solar, and you have that number now, am I correct?
I do.
And what is that number?
We're looking at 10 to 15 permanent, what we would consider to be solar and battery technician positions.
What does that person do? Tell me what that job looks like.
Well, specific to the solar, right? You're constantly cleaning panels, maintaining panels. There's also all the inverter equipment. There's a lot of wiring on site, so it looks probably a lot like an electrician. Similarly, for the battery, it's obviously not as expansive physically, but there is maintenance you have to conduct. Probably looks a lot like an electrician, which is why we're using the technician title.
So those 10 to 15 jobs are on site?
Those are 10 to 15 are on site, specific to Cypress Solar.
Okay. What about, I believe the chairman had a follow-up about salaries. Do you have that number as well?
Yes.
And what is that?
The salary range?
The salary range, right now it looks like somewhere between 70 to 95,000 a year.
Okay.
For each of those positions.
Thank you.
I have one follow-up that I
Go ahead.
don't believe contains that HSPI. Mr. Palmer, did I understand that it may have been Google's preference that the contribution not be treated as kayak?
Yes.
So how does EAL balance its duty to its ratepayers versus its duty to Google in that situation?
Well, excuse me. I think if
Didn't mean
you
to choke you up.
Yeah, no, I think my mouth's getting dry. I think if you look, I would say we did. So just to double click on the differences. So if we were to take it in the form of a kayak, meaning that's how the company would treat it. There would be a timing as to when they would owe that kayak. It potentially would come in presumably before the plant is operational. But when it closes to plant and service, it's operational. You've just reduced the amount of rate base that you would otherwise assume by that amount, right? Here, we're collecting funds to support construction activities, not just for Cypress Solar. I want to make sure we're clear that it's not specific just to Cypress. And what we've proposed is we'll put that in a reg liability, meaning we owe customers money. And we're proposing as a threshold as opposed to doing a one-time reduction because this contract generates a lot of revenue. We see ways that it can drive rates down practically. Amortize it out over the contract period, but we're asking for the flexibility to expedite that amortization if we see that there's a need to smooth out rate changes in the future. So in other words, all else equal, you get a lot of revenue from a new customer contract and it drives your rates down this year, but now those revenues are reflected in rates and you've got a new cost. Next year, maybe your rates need to go up. So having that flexibility on the back end means we can change that amortization period or propose to change it so that we smooth out that swing, because that's what customers really don't like is, I have a hard enough time paying my bill. I don't need to see it go up and down all the time. I got to be able to plan for it. So we're giving customers the benefit, no different than a kayak, but we're proposing to do it in a way that provides the company some flexibility to manage the way bills change after that resource is online, as opposed to just a one-time reduction. But it's still a liability. It still goes to other customers' benefit.
All right. Thank you, Chairman. That's all I have.
And if I could double click into that first part though, just to be clear, there are real implications to the customer in how you collect money from them. And that was a specific request, because they were looking for a particular financial, trying to be careful. They were looking for a very particular financial treatment. And so how the company charged them, collected it, potentially implicated their finances. So it's always a balancing act with a customer. So you try to do it in a way that satisfies them because you want to get the contract. For us, customers are going to get the benefit of it regardless. So if we can do that in a way that gets this contract done, that's how we're going to propose to do it.
Mr. Tate?
Thank you.
You have something further?
Yeah, just one follow-up.
No, go
Are you done? I don't think it's appropriate with the public present to go further on that specific issue. I am curious what additional information you can give us as far as how it impacts the customer, how you treat that, but we can take that up when we're in camera later.
Okay.
I do want to ask though, so I appreciate what you're suggesting as far as there are benefits in adjusting the amortization rate. Now, I want to be careful because I think that the specific period is HSPI that is being proposed. I could be wrong about that we'll leave that be for the time,
Okay.
for now.
Fair enough.
I guess
What period are you talking about?
the amortization period for the payment we're calling not kayak.
Yeah.
The actual number is, but the not to exceed is not, if that helps.
Sure. I guess my question for you is, under the statute, do you think it's permissible to do what you're suggesting? I understand the benefits you're suggesting that would go to ratepayers to do it that way.
Mm-hmm.
But the statute would seem to suggest benefits have to flow equally over the life of the unit. So I'm trying to make that work. I think what you're suggesting makes sense as far as why you want to do it that way. But if it's not kayak, which I think we would have flexibility on how that would flow back, it doesn't appear under the statute. If we treat it as another form of payment, we do have that kind of flexibility that you're suggesting.
I actually think it would be the opposite. If you had it as a kayak, you would not have any flexibility with how it goes back, because it doesn't go back. It just changes the amount you close to plant. As I recall, the statute puts a cap on how long those benefits of the other form can be, and it's capped at something like the life of the plant, but it doesn't prohibit it being something shorter.
So it says not to exceed the life of the unit, but it says in a manner that provides comparable benefits for other customers over the life of the strategic investment. So with the amortization period you're proposing, this is the part I'm having trouble grapple with. How is what you have proposed doing it in a manner that provides comparable benefits for other customers over the life of the investment? The life of the investment is beyond what you're proposing.
Right.
So how are benefits flowing beyond that amortization period that is comparable to what is happening during that period?
I think just as an alternative read of the situation, if you're going to compare it to a kayak, you get a one-time benefit to whoever's your customer at that time. For all intents and purposes, you close it to plant, it goes in at a reduced number. There's your rate impact, and then you're going to move on. It's in rate base at a lower number, so that impact lingers, but it's a one-time change. So
I understand the difference between the two
Well,
and how it impacts.
Right.
But you guys are calling it another form
Another
of payment,
form.
and that has restrictions under the Act. So I'm just trying to figure out how we're meeting the requirements of the Act if we're going to call it something other than kayak.
Right, and the restriction being a not to exceed.
The other restriction being in a manner that requires benefits be flowed equally. or
Equally.
comparably
Right.
over the life of the unit.
And that's where I was going to go, is another view of that could be relative to a kayak, which is a one-time change. The other form of payment with some period of amortization, whatever that period is spreading those benefits out more commensurate with something that looks like the life of a plant as opposed to just a one-time adjustment. So I think it's completely within the limit. It's not exceeding the life, but it's actually spread out to get those benefits more comparable to the life as opposed to one time. Just an alternative way of
Sure,
reading it.
I understand what you're saying, that it spreads the benefits out, maybe more in line with what this is proposing, but that's not what this section requires, is do it in a way, spreading it out more than what kayak would have done. It just says spread it out over the life of the unit, comparably, right? So I don't know that it's as compared to kayak. It just says you're supposed to do it over the life of the strategic investment. And I don't understand how what you guys are proposing does that, because it is something other than the life of the unit.
Well, again, I'm going back to kayak as the comparison because I think that feels like that's the default choice otherwise. But I'm still not seeing that it's inconsistent with the statute.
Okay. I think that's all I have.
Mr. Palmer, you will need to be available in case we want to call you back after lunch or at 4 o'clock this afternoon. I don't know when we'll be
Happy to
through.
be here.
We're gonna break for lunch till 1 o'clock. Come on back at 1 o'clock. We're in recess. you want to continue with him or save him? Yeah, okay. Okay. Ms. Bennett, you may call your next witness. You're not Ms. Bennett, but you may call your next witness.
Thank you,
We're
Mr.
back on the
Chairman.
record.
Mr. Chairman, Entergy Arkansas calls Patrick Stack.
Pat Stack.
Mr. Stack, could you please state your name and title for the record?
Sure. My name is Patrick Stack. I am the corporate controller for Entergy Corp.
Raise your mic just a little bit and eat it a little bit more. There
Okay.
you go. There you
Is
go.
that- is that better?
Thank you. Perfect.
All right.
Are you the same Mr. Stack that provided direct testimony on September 5th, 2025 in this proceeding?
Yes, I am.
If I ask you the questions in that testimony today, would they be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Chairman, consistent with Judge Hicksman's pre-hearing email, each of the testimonies are part of the record, so I tender the witness for cross.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Tate, you want a question first?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Layson, did you have any questions? Okay, thank you.
No questions, Chairman.
No questions. You may stand down.
All right. Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Entergy Arkansas called Crystal Elba.
Ms. Elba?
Ms. Elba, could you please state your name and title for the record?
Crystal Alba, I am Senior Manager for Large Customer Pricing for Entergy Services.
And are you the same Ms. Elba that provided direct testimony and exhibits on September 5th, 2025?
I am.
And supplemental testimony and exhibits on November 10th, 2025 in this proceeding?
I am.
If I ask you the questions in that testimony today, would they be the same?
They would.
Consistent with Judge Hickman's pre-hearing email, her testimony and exhibits are part of the record, so I tender the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Elby, be sure and speak near the mic, okay? Thank you. RIM stands for Ratepayer Impact Measurement, correct?
Yes.
So a RIM test specifically looks at the impact of this contract on the existing energy ratepayers and whether it will result in an impact to their current rates based on the rate offered to Google in this special rate contract, correct?
Yes.
On page 9 through page 10 of your direct testimony, I'll give you time to find that. And y'all be watchful if we get into an area that we shouldn't. I'm not, you're going to have to alert me, okay? Yep. You found it?
I did.
On page 9 through 10 of your direct testimony, you state that the RIM analysis is used to evaluate the impact on the rates charged to utilities' other customers. The Commission acknowledges that there are economic benefits that can accrue to West Memphis, Jefferson County, and the state as a whole, things that are outside the purview of utility rates, but may be within the purview of other regulatory agencies. Is it the company's position that the RIM test is intended to evaluate a project from the perspective of a ratepayer, or is the company saying that the RIM is intended to evaluate larger economic benefits outside the jurisdiction of the PSC? If I need to repeat that, I'll be glad to.
Well, I'll try and answer and then let me know if I'm
Thank you.
not getting what you're asking. The RIM test is designed to evaluate the customer's incremental revenues compared to the incremental cost to serve them. So it's really only looking at the electric revenues and the incremental electric cost.
Yeah. Earlier, I think it was mentioned in the opening statement that there would be a benefit to the property taxes. And RIM doesn't evaluate the benefit of an increase in property taxes, I assume.
Well, it does include an estimate for property taxes that the customer may pay.
Okay, okay. What else does it consider outside of what the PSC regulates? We don't regulate property taxes, okay? A quorum court or a city council does. So what else would a RIM test evaluate outside our purview?
From the cost side, the property taxes were included because they would be included in rate making, but not the amount, like how they set the property taxes. And it's an estimate of what we think Google may pay for property taxes, but it could be different, to your point, because it would be set by another party.
I follow you, yes. And did you do this RIM analysis?
I did.
Okay. Your testimony acknowledges that your RIM does not use traditional resource certification revenue requirement methodology. That's a mouthful. Are you referring to the Arkansas modified balance sheet approach to establishing rates, which has been supported by this commission since the 1980s?
That statement wasn't intended specifically for that, but to your point, when we were developing the pricing for Google to simplify the modeling, we didn't use the modified balance sheet approach. We included those direct impacts that show up in cost of capital and rate base because they get equivalently to the same place. And it makes a long-term model a little easier to manage and see the changes. However, it doesn't suggest that we would propose anything different than what the commission has authorized.
So you assume that it would have come to the same result as what we have used since 1980?
Yes.
Okay. Can you define what you mean by traditional resource certification revenue requirement methodology? Can you define that?
Sure. So what I was trying to get at, and that was in the supplemental testimony, was that in comparison to that docket where the traditional certification methodology is estimated and included, didn't include the impacts of the Google contract and specifically to the deferrals that we've been discussing earlier with the other witnesses. That's a big piece of the overall contract for Google, and the way that we've considered the deferral and the amortization of those deferrals helps to manage rates for all other customers. That wasn't included because it's traditionally not included in a certification hearing, and I was just pointing out that there's a difference. They're for the same assets, but that's not saying that those deferrals and the way that we're treating it wouldn't show up for customers.
At what, excuse me, at what point in your analysis did you determine that you would not use the MBSA in your calculation of the RIM? At what point did you make that determination?
I don't, the MBSA?
The modified balance sheet.
That was probably very early on when we were trying to develop models to understand the incremental cost to serve Google. And so it's, again, just a simplifying modeling assumption. It doesn't, I don't think it changes the overall results at all.
But you were aware at the time that the RIM inputs essentially violates over 40 years of commission precedent in using that. And that test has been upheld by the Arkansas Supreme Court. Are you aware of that?
No, I did not understand that it would violate. It's meant to show the same reduction to rate base and reduction to returns as flowing it through the cost of capital, which would affect just the rate of return.
So I guess simply, why did you use a different system?
It was just a simplified modeling assumption, not meant to change any of the underlying rate making in Arkansas.
I'll pass the witness. Mr. Tate?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just to follow up on his question, when you did the RIM modeling, you excluded deferred revenues, correct?
I included the deferral of the revenues as a
Right, so
reduction.
that reduced it,
Yes.
right? You also reduced it by the monetized ITCs, right?
Yes.
And also the other ADIT. So that would be for the solar, the batteries, and the deferred revenues,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that that's not how we set rates here. It's not in accordance with the MBSA. I understand you said you did it because it was simpler, but you understand that's not how we set rates here.
Yes.
Okay. I think in our questions we issued prior to the hearing, we pointed you back to an exhibit, hoping that you would do the models based on the MBSA. I guess I'm not clear. Maybe it goes back to your answer before. You just thought it was simpler to do it the other way.
Yes, and I didn't understand that that was the request. I would have run the calculation differently.
Is that something you're willing to do after the hearing today?
Yes.
Do you anticipate it will change the outcome of the RIM test if you do it the other way?
I don't think it would change it.
Okay. The next question I have is just a contract question. I want to make sure I understand how one of these provisions works. This is probably going to get into HSPI, so I don't know if you've got any additional questions that would not.
Do you, Ms. Anderson?
Well, I do want to ask one, I can ask one additional question before we get into the HSPI stuff. I don't believe it's HSPI. You used a specific type of resource when you were determining supply costs or estimating supply costs. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes.
I don't believe the resource you used for modeling is HSPI. So it was you don't think it is? Okay. So you used a simple cycle combustion turbine when determining your supply costs.
Only for the portion of the RIM test,
Right.
but not only in the pricing of the contract.
But why a simple cycle combustion turbine?
That has traditionally been the value that we've used for the capacity cost, the incremental capacity cost, in a RIM test. And so we were using a method that the commission has seen before.
Okay. That's how you've done it in the past?
Yes.
Have you submitted testimony and run a RIM test for other special rate contracts for the commission in the past?
Yes.
And when you modeled those, did you use the MBSA?
They weren't based on a calculation like the one for Google, so we didn't model it that way.
But you would
So would have-
acknowledge that when you did those, they did comply generally with the MBSA.
Yes, they were based on existing rates
Okay.
and tariffs.
All right, I think the next question I have is going to be, yes.
Let's go in camera, and if you have not signed an affidavit, please leave the hearing room. What's that? Yeah. We can go back on the record. Ms. Anderson, did you have some questions for this witness?
I do have a few more questions. Mr. Palmer, I'm going to shift gears just a little bit. I want to talk about Act 940 for a minute, but let's start at the beginning. Will Cypress Solar be using the existing interconnection at White Bluff?
Yes.
The White Bluff facility is a dispatchable resource, but Cypress Solar and its battery storage are intermittent resources, correct?
Only one point of contention. I think batteries are considered somewhat dispatchable.
Somewhat dispatchable.
Right.
Okay.
They're not. MISO doesn't classify them as intermittent.
Okay. Fair enough. The current 1,600 megawatt interconnection at White Bluff is occupied solely by a dispatchable resource, was the coal
Correct.
plant.
That's correct.
If intermittent generation interconnects in lieu of dispatchable generation, would this not lower the dispatchable resources available at that site?
You can certainly coexist intermittent generation with dispatchable generation.
But you would agree that it lowers the amount of dispatchable interconnection there?
Correct. If you were in an hour where the dispatchable generator was called upon for 100% output, something would have to be curtailed.
Okay. So Entergy Arkansas witness John Bethel in docket 25047U quotes Representative McAlinden with the following, quote, Act 940 makes sure that First Electric utilities have an equal or greater amount of dispatchable energy when they are retiring dispatchable energy. Would retiring a dispatchable 1,600 megawatt resource and replacing it with a 754 megawatt gas plant, a 650 megawatt solar facility, and a 350 megawatt battery not be in conflict with Act 940, as it clearly does not replace 600 megawatts of dispatchable generation?
Well, the resource mix that we're contemplating for the site would still have 1,659 megawatts of dispatchable generation.
With the solar and the battery?
With the solar, correct. It would all be there.
And is all considered dispatchable?
Well, it's not all dispatchable, but
Okay.
there's as much dispatchable there then as there is now.
Okay. What would happen if another new large load wanted renewable energy in conflict with Act 940 that supports the legislature's goal of dispatchable, reliable resources? How do you do this going forward under the goals of 940?
I don't know that I heard the question. I'm sorry. So how would we?
What happens if you have another large load that wants renewable energy, which is in conflict with Act 940?
Any new large load is going to get a standalone production cost model run with the right resource mix. Our going in position would not be we could add a bunch of new block load additions and only look at renewables. So I wouldn't assume today we would be proposing something that would be in conflict with that statute. But we would do a standalone analysis of what resources do we have, what are we planning to add, and what incremental resource is reasonable compared to that load, just like we did here.
Okay. My colleagues may have some follow-up, but that's all I have.
Mr. Tate, any follow-up?
So this reflects my ignorance with MISO again, so I apologize. How does MISO determine the accredited value of a dispatchable resource like a coal facility?
An existing coal facility?
Yeah, is it performance-based? Are they looking at like periods of?
Your forced outage rate compared to your runtime and things like that.
So if you're using that interconnection for both a gas facility, a solar facility, and a battery, and the aggregate, at least nameplate capacity, is more than the capacity of the interconnection.
Right.
If there was a period where they called on that gas facility to perform, to generate, but there was a limitation on the interconnection because it's a nice, bright, sunny day, how would that affect the accredited value of that gas facility? Is that going to be taken into account? for the following year and the accredited value that that facility gets? You see what I'm saying?
Yes, and I don't know that I have a definitive answer. So all of the resources will be bid in the market day ahead. So in the example, if it's a sunny day, my assumption is MISO's aware that that energy is supposed to be online or will be online. And then to the extent the gas plant is dispatched because it's economic, those factor, and it's also has the ability to be load following. So as the renewable is reducing output, it could be increasing. At the end of the year, how MISO looks back and accredits those resources, I think they'd rely mainly on forced outage rate for an existing resource. Nobody's disagreeing with me, but I don't know how they would contemplate otherwise limited to the extent the dispatch was limited because of
The
operational
allocation
constraints.
capacity.
I don't know if that changes it or not.
Okay.
Nothing further? Nothing further? You may stand down, Mr. Palmer.
Thank you.
What are you going to do, move for a directed verdict?
If I had done it, that would have been before lunch.
Denied, okay.
This is a little unusual, but in the interest of getting y'all what you need, I was just going to offer, we have Mr. Cullifer in the audience who is willing to come up if y'all need some more answers to some of those questions you were just asking, Mr. Palmer. I just wanted to offer that.
I appreciate it. I don't think it's necessary if either of you two would like it.
We're fine, thank you, or I am.
We appreciate the generous offer. Thank you. Mr. Layson, call your witness. Did I deny your directed verdict?
General Staff calls Regina Butler.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Butler.
Afternoon.
Please state your full name.
Regina Butler.
Are you the same Regina Butler who filed direct testimony on October 9th of this year and supplemental testimony on November 10th of this year?
Yes.
But what's your position with staff?
I am the director of the electric utilities section.
And with regard to your testimony that was pre-filed today, if you were asked those same questions, would your responses be the same?
They would, yes.
Tender the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson? Okay. Mr. Tate, would you like to go first?
My questions are going to be HSPI, so.
Oh, you're always that way.
Mm-hmm.
That's Well, let's just go in Cameron then, okay? Let's go off the record. Let's send the senators outside, Mr. What's that? No, I wasn't going to do a Bob Barker joke, but I did think it was a lot like Groundhog Day today, okay? So, Ms. Bennett, this is your chance. We're back home. Yes, yes, yes. We're back in, we're on. I appreciate each of you, the attorneys and the witnesses, for being with us today and working through this process. This is new law, new landscape that we're trying to get through. We're going to leave the record open for any post-hearing commission questions. And otherwise, if there's nothing else, we're adjourned for the day. Thank y'all.